So, hello again. I would like to warmly welcome you all in the room and online to this additional technical workshop to facilitate the design of a gender action plan activities. My name is Fleur Newman, and I lead the work on gender and climate change, as well as the work on children and youth and action for climate empowerment at the UN Climate Change Secretariat. And we had other plans for moderation, but unfortunately our moderator isn't well today, and so I will be stepping in to moderate. And hopefully she will be able to join us at another time. Here with us today, we also have Julia Gardner, who's the chair of the subsidiary body for implementation, and Ulrika Hessling Holstrom, councillor and deputy head and analyst of Regional Development Cooperation Africa at the Embassy of Sweden in Addis Ababa. So I will ask both, but before we will hear their welcome remarks in a minute. But before, I would like to take this opportunity to express our greatest appreciation to our host country, Ethiopia, for its commitment to advancing gender responsive climate action. Speaking of governmental support, we also have a very special video that was sent from Yana Lula da Silva, Special Envoy for Women at COP30 in Brazil and wife of the current president of Brazil, Lula da Silva. Yana promotes public policies to combat gender-based violence, food insecurity and hunger, and to increase women's political participation. So we will first hear from Yana via video.
Olá a todas e todos os participantes desse workshop. Estamos diante de um momento decisivo para o enfrentamento da crise climática. O Plano de Ação de Gênero da UNFCCC não é apenas um documento, mas um compromisso vivo de colocar as mulheres e toda a sua diversidade no centro das soluções climáticas, porque não há justiça climática sem a participação das mulheres. O avanço desse plano significa reconhecer o papel fundamental das mulheres na proteção da biodiversidade, na agricultura, nas comunidades tradicionais, na inovação e na liderança política. Significa também enfrentar as desigualdades que tornam as mulheres e meninas as mais impactadas pelas mudanças climáticas, mas também as mais capazes de construir alternativas resilientes. Para que esse compromisso saia do papel, precisamos do multilateralismo fortalecido. Precisamos dos países trabalhando juntos, compartilhando responsabilidades e aprendizados. E é esse o esforço do presidente Lula, do governo brasileiro e da presidência brasileira da COP30. Nenhum país isoladamente conseguirá enfrentar a magnitude da crise climática, mas juntos podemos transformar como produzimos, consumimos e nos relacionamos com a natureza. O multilateralismo é o espaço da solidariedade internacional. É o que garante que as vozes do Sul Global, principalmente das mulheres, sejam ouvidas. Já temos mecanismos importantes criados no âmbito da UNFCCC, o próprio Plano de Ação de Gênero, os programas de capacitação, os espaços de decisão começam a se abrir, mas ainda não é suficiente. Precisamos ampliar o financiamento para a implementação de iniciativas de gênero e seguir fortalecendo a participação das mulheres nas mesas de diálogo e negociações. Garantir que cada política climática nacional incorpore a perspectiva de gênero desde o seu início é o caminho para transformar compromissos em resultados concretos. O futuro que queremos depende da coragem que tivermos agora. Coragem de avançar, de cooperar, de colocar a igualdade de gênero no coração da ação climática. Vamos fortalecer o que já construímos e ousar ir além, porque somente juntos e com as mulheres na centralidade será possível enfrentar a crise climática e garantir um mundo justo, sustentável e igualitário para as próximas gerações. Um abraço.
So thank you very much, Yana Lula da Silva, for these very powerful words. So I would now like to invite the SBI Chair, Julia Gardner, to share a few words with us this morning.
Thank you so much, Fleur. And what an impressive opening video and address from. I'm really impressed to have seen that and feel quite privileged to sit here with you and observe that. Colleagues, I wanted to say welcome to all of you here on site and attending virtually. Your participation in this technical workshop to facilitate the design of gender action plan activities is very warmly welcomed and extremely important. I want to echo Fleur's thanks to the government of Ethiopia for your generous hosting of this Climate Week, including this very important technical workshop, and also to extend my thanks to the government of Sweden for your generous support for the workshop. Really greatly appreciated. And then also to, of course, the Secretariat team, Fleur and her team, who work so tirelessly to bring this technical workshop to life. At COP29, the extension of the Enhanced Lima Work Programme on Gender and the agreement to develop a new gender action plan provided a framework for continuing action on gender and climate change at international, national, regional and local levels. This is a commitment that parties have made to demonstrate that gender-responsive climate actions can have meaningful real-world benefits for both the climate and gender inclusion. At SBI 62, you all commenced work on the roadmap to a new gender action plan. We started with an open and collaborative workshop on the technical design of gender action plan activities, and that informed constructive negotiations between parties on gender and climate change over the 2 weeks. These fed into a detailed informal note prepared by the SBI 62 co-facilitators that contains over 30 proposed gender action plan activities with 97 deliverables organised across the 5 priority areas of the previous gender action plan. This is a strong foundation from which parties can advance discussions at SBI 63 without prejudging further work and with a view to adoption at COP30. But of course, time at SBI 63 and COP30 will be quite limited, and there is much more to be done. And so this workshop is very important in helping build understanding and taking the work forward. To ensure the new gender action plan is implementable, fit for purpose, and ready for adoption at COP30, we need to work together. This workshop is an opportunity to consider aspects of the new gender action plan that require your further attention. This might include the types of deliverables that can be most impactful, the sequencing of those deliverables to align with key milestones within the UNFCCC processes, and how these activities and deliverables will be implemented, by whom, and what real-world impact they can have. I encourage you to make full use of this opportunity. Use this critical time to engage across different groups to build elements of the new gender action plan based on consensus and to develop joint proposals to improve and refine the deliverables. I was encouraged by the very collegial spirit demonstrated by the gender rooms at SBI 62, and I hope this collaborative approach continues over the next 2 days. I hope to see you working between the physical and virtual participants to ensure all perspectives are captured, and I very much look forward to sitting in and learning from you on some of the discussions over the next 2 days. So thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much, Julia. And now I'll hand over to Ulrika Hessling-Sjöström.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. So, good morning, everybody. So nice to be here in the room. My name is Ulrika Hessling-Sjöström. I represent the Swedish Embassy of Sweden, here in Addis Ababa. So, welcome, everybody. And I also represent the Swedish government, of course, but also SIDA, the Swedish Development Agency, that is working a lot with climate change and gender impact for gender and all in society, of course. And with that said, the thing is that we have gender impact is something that we work in all fields. So we work with it when we work specifically with climate change, but also when we work with businesses, women economic empowerment, etc., and other areas where we work. We have a very broad palette of areas where we work, and the thing is that agency and voice is extremely important for us. to get the women in the room, because we see that the impact of climate change and the impact on the livelihoods is so intense in the global south, as was said earlier, and we can see that. So it's also important, as we do here, to work on all levels. For instance, with budgeting coming in on the government level, on the national level, but also in the local level, and also in when you come to regional. I myself work with regional Africa. Regional Africa affairs, so that is also important to get everybody in the room, like we have here. So thank you so much, and thank you for inviting us, and good luck with the future work. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you both. And I know that this is a very busy time, so we also understand that you will need to leave at some point. So, with this warm welcome, we are all set for our day together with the intention of making the most of the technical nature of this workshop and giving ourselves the opportunity to collaborate and learn from each other. Before I give us some key reminders, I would also like to thank our partners who significantly contributed to this event, including ensuring that National Gender and Climate Change focal points could participate in person. So Norway, Sweden, GIZ, IISD, the NDC Partnership, UNDP, UNFPA, and UN Women. Your commitment and collaboration have made inclusion in this workshop possible, and your continued support will be vital as we move forward. I just need to go over a few things that will help make our work coherent and collaborative. So the plenary sessions of this workshop are being webcast. This is a hybrid workshop. So we have participants joining us virtually as well. So everyone joining in person or remotely will participate in the same kind of exercises and have the chance to present back a summary of their group discussions in plenary. We have whisper interpretation from English to Spanish and English to French. Can I ask our Spanish-speaking interpreters to just raise your hands? Thank you very much. And our French-speaking interpreter to raise their hand. Thank you very much. Please note that no food or other drinks other than water are allowed in the meeting room. So one more announcement from the Climate Week operations team. Funded delegates must collect their DSA by today, Friday, by 6 p.m. Please note that DSA collection working hours are from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Now let's take a look at the agenda we have prepared for our workshop. And I need to remember to move the slides. In a minute, I will remind us about the exciting visioning exercise that most of us did back together in June during our in-session technical workshop. Then we will introduce the informal note produced by the co-facilitators and that the SBI chair has just referred to, following the discussions that happened both in the workshop and the negotiations at SBI 62. Following that, you will work in small groups to discuss how to best frame the deliverables of the activities that are already part of the informal note, with the intention of making these deliverables more actionable and fit for purpose. The groups, both online and in person, will present a summary of their discussions and suggestions in plenary, and everyone will be able to provide feedback via Mentimeter. Before breaking for lunch, we will have a lightning talk and be inspired by Christine Candy, who will bring a reflection on disability inclusive climate action and the defence of Indigenous land and cultural rights. We will then have a 1-hour break for lunch, and we hope that you take the opportunity to talk to people and do some coordination work as needed. In the afternoon, we will do 2 rounds of discussion on deliverables with plenary presentations similar to the one that we do in the morning. Tomorrow, we will keep doing we will have 2 more rounds. So by the end of these 5 rounds, we will have discussed the deliverables that are in greater need of improvement across the priority areas. After this, we will have a second lightning talk, and in the afternoon, we'll look at the overall timeline for the implementation of the new GAP as it currently is, and discuss potential opportunities for improving timing of certain deliverables, or thinking about the timing of deliverables, and looking at the potential linkages and complementarities with the work and processes under and outside the UNFCCC. And last, but definitely not least, we will dedicate some time to discuss the 5 elements pointed out by the co-facilitators in the informal note as in need of further work. That's a lot, and that's what we're going to be doing over 2 days. As I said, during the in-session technical workshop, we just see if I can. As I said, during the in-session technical workshop in Bonn, we undertook an interesting visioning exercise with the intention to connect us with the year 2034, when the new GAP would have been fully implemented. We imagined what kind of news headlines we would like to see that would demonstrate the impact of the GAP, all levels of implementation. We undertook this exercise because we wanted to connect with the bigger sense of purpose and impact. Why are we doing this? Why is it important to have these activities with these specific deliverables? Well, because they are our pathway. They are the ones that will lead us to the realization of that hopeful and exciting vision that was imagined for the future. And that is why we thought it would be valuable for us to reconnect with that inspiring vision now, at the beginning of this workshop. If some or all of the parts of the visioning sorry, just making sure that I'm connecting here. If some or all parts of that vision resonate with you, I invite you to bring it with you over these 2 days and use it as a reference point to check if the deliverables of the activities, responsibilities, level of implementation, and timelines that we work on during the workshop help us move towards this future. So these are our collective vision for 2034 involved elements like this. Supported by a wealth of up-to-date and easy to understand gender disaggregated and gender responsive data and gender transformative actions being reported across the board, the global stocktake not only shows significant progress on gender responsive and equitable climate action, but demonstrates clearly that gender equality is a key pillar of climate progress. With all UNFCCC decisions and national climate plans and policies being developed in participatory manner, they include gender responsive measures. It is possible to see national gender action plans recognizing multidimensional factors and emerging issues, prioritizing the needs of the most vulnerable groups of women and girls, and having men and boys also included as agents and beneficiaries of change. So now, in 2034, we can really say that gender has been mainstreamed by all countries, including at nationally determined contributions, in biennial transparency reports, national adaptation plans and beyond. Gender-responsive frameworks have been adopted to create resilience, local and national levels, and gender climate education, training, and capacity building is something we all have access to, which was key for women and girls to be equal participants in climate governance and decision-making. The gender and climate transformative solutions that have emerged from local to international levels take into account the interlinkages of other issues such as biodiversity loss, desertification, and pollution. We have robust gender-responsive climate finance mechanisms that have paved the way for structural change, with the money being directed to women-led organisations and Indigenous groups, particularly from the Global South. In fact, climate negotiations are thriving and leading to concrete, collective, and coordinated efforts thanks to the brilliant role of a diverse range of female negotiators and heads of national delegations. Local, grassroots, and Indigenous expertise, as well as national innovations, are well spread globally through knowledge hubs. And with all that, carbon emissions have strongly decreased, and women and girls are no longer disproportionately affected by the negative consequences of climate change. Communities are more resilient than ever, and we are beginning to see the human world as part of the climate decision making too. So again, inviting you to take whichever part of this vision that works for you. And I will now hand over to my colleague and friend, Wiebke Bender, who is going to walk us through the informal note of the co-facilitators informal note and getting us ready for the group work and answer any questions you may have at this point.
Thank you very much, Fleur. My name is Wiebke Bender. I'm a Gender Program Officer with UNFCCC. And some of you may have noticed already that we have a mixed group of participants today, with some of you having been very engaged over the last month in the review of the Lima Work Program and the Gender Action Plan. And in fact, some of you have been engaged in this process for years. And then others of you bring very valuable expertise on gender and climate change, but may not have been so closely engaged in the process. So we want to make sure that everyone is on the same page and understands the starting point for the group work that we will be doing later in these 2 days. And so we will provide some more background for you. The previous decision on gender and climate change, 3/CP25, the 5-year Enhanced Lima Work Program on Gender and its Gender Action Plan, was agreed over 5 years ago at this point. And at COP29 last year, parties agreed the extension of the Enhanced Lima Work Program on Gender for 10 years. In the same decision, that same decision also included the process for the development of a new gender action plan, and this encompassed both a technical workshop to be held in session at SB 62, which took place in June this year in Bonn, and then also the possibility of additional technical workshops to be held upon the expression of interest to the SBI chair. And this is one of these workshops that we are at this workshop today, and thanks to our Ethiopian hosts who have expressed their such interest. At SB 62 in June this year, the development of a new gender action plan was initiated, and the negotiations at SB 62 concluded with parties agreeing to continue discussions on this item based on the informal note that was prepared by the co-facilitators. The informal note is the basis for the discussions in this workshop. So I will now also present a little bit more detail on this document. The participants of this workshop, so you have been asked to familiarize yourself with the informal note, but we will provide a high-level introduction. The first informal note that the co-facilitators produced at the request of parties reflected the views that were expressed in the technical workshop and in the first informal consultation, which is the negotiation setting. And that note was then produced following the workshop and that first session. It was published and generally well received, and further views were then heard in the subsequent informal consultations. These included different views on both removing, adding, as well as reframing some of the wording, as well as on the structure, where multiple suggestions were made on either merging activities or deliverables, or on moving activities or moving the deliverables. So these were often contradictory, and it was not therefore possible for the co-facilitators to produce an informal note that would reconcile these different suggestions. This is why the next iteration of the informal note that was introduced by the co-facilitators includes brackets and underlining and a list. The brackets with underlining were used to indicate where new text and ideas were introduced compared to the first iteration of the informal note. And the brackets without underlining indicated where there was a difference in views on the text that had existed in the first iteration of the informal note. And then views on changes to the structures, for example, the timeline, moving or merging, were then captured in a separate list. The informal note also includes a list that of possible gender action plan activity elements that are in need of further work. So this list captures the views that were expressed by parties for the development of a new gender action plan and for the activities, but those views lacked clarity in terms of concrete objectives or deliverables. So the co-facilitators were not in a position to be able to include them as activities in the informal note. However, it was still important to capture those and to take note to enable parties to reflect on these themes and elements further. The informal note includes many activities and deliverables, and there will not be enough time for me to introduce you to all of them. And there will also not be enough time in this workshop to discuss all of them. But therefore, we want to highlight a few examples. And if you can help me go to the next slide, thank you. So activity A1 and its deliverable, for instance, are very similar to an activity of the previous GAP. This is the case for many of the activities. However, there are some proposed adjustments to change the objective. So one proposed change to the objective is that institutional and individual capacity is to be strengthened for mainstreaming gender in national climate frameworks. And this part is new, potentially also national and sectoral plans. Regarding the deliverables, which is going to be our focus for this workshop, the question is whether, as currently drafted, would they, if when implemented, contribute to the successful achievement of the objective. Other aspects to consider or interrogate when determining whether deliverables are fit for purpose are: is the responsibility for implementation clearly defined? And is it clear which stakeholders are either responsible for the implementation, or who is expected to participate, or who will be benefiting from the deliverable, from the implementation of the deliverable? Another consideration is whether many different responsible actors and many different beneficiaries being listed as in the same deliverable may make it less clear who is responsible for what, and it may also impact measurability. Consider, for example, the difference between the two activities that we have on the slide, which I hope would be readable. There's one example of deliverable 1 under activity A3, which has the overall objective, and I'm going to shorten this slightly here, to strengthen understanding of gender and climate change related terminology, frameworks, and approaches. And the deliverable reads: a dialogue with UN Women, national gender and climate change focal points, and other relevant stakeholders. Compare this to the deliverable 3 under activity A2, which has the overall objective of strengthening the role and work of national gender and climate change focal points, and reads: provision of capacity building opportunities, tools and resources on skills from the role for national gender and climate change focal points, and on topics at the nexus of gender and climate change, including a list of topics, and then including knowledge exchanges, peer-to-peer learning, as well as mentoring and coaching for national gender and climate change focal points to be delivered by parties and relevant organizations. Whereas one is relatively clear, the other includes many different elements, which I think you can see, but this is just one example. In some cases, the current deliverables, while relating to the activity, read more like an outcome rather than a deliverable. Consider here, for example, deliverable 1 of activity B3. The activity is to, and again, I'm going to try to shorten this a little bit, is to promote equal participation of women in delegations, through funds for supporting the participation of grassroots local communities and indigenous people for etc. So that is the general objective, and we're not going to go into detail on the terminology here, but the objective is generally focused on participation, and the deliverable reads as recognition of the urgent need for improving the representation of women in party delegations and respective allocation of available funds. As drafted, the desired outcome is to recognize the urgent need to improve representation of women. However, it is not clear how this would be observed, nor if this would be achieving the activity objective of improving and promoting the equal participation of women in delegations and at sessions. So considering in this case, this could include, for example, when one would work on this deliverable, it could include the consideration of which tools or activities under the UNFCCC process or outside of the process could lead to this outcome. So what is needed in terms of activities to lead to the recognition? Who is recognizing and what do they do with that recognition? In other words, what actions are needed to achieve this outcome? These actions would then actually be the deliverable. Another question to interrogate when considering how actionable deliverables are is whether the objective of an activity can be achieved through one single deliverable. Is it possible to deliver on this objective with one single deliverable? Or is there a need for a number of deliverables and possibly a series of deliverables that build upon each other? And that is the other question, is whether there is a need for a series which would be sequencing of the deliverables and thinking about what sequencing would lead to the maximum impact before, that would be another consideration. And apart from the logical flow within the deliverables of one activity that are delivering on towards one outcome, there's also need to consider how they align or are complementary to other deliverables in the Gender Action Plan, as well as milestones under the UNFCCC or beyond the UNFCCC process. So, for example, key events, conferences, and reports. An example for this are the deliverables under activity B4, which are to deliver on the objective of enhancing participation and leadership of women and girls. And this includes a submission on the topic for the annual dialogues by parties to be submitted biannually in June. Then an annual thematic dialogue at COP on gender responsive solutions and innovations in the context of women and girls leadership, focusing on different UNFCCC work streams. And then finally, an annual report on such dialogues, all to be led and delivered by the Secretariat. And then, complementary to this, there's a deliverable on workshops and webinars on the same topic, but organized and led by other relevant organizations. So when sequencing, it is also key to consider the lead time for certain activities. And many of you here have experience with this. If relevant stakeholders are requested to develop toolkits, or parties and observers are requested to make submissions or invited to make submissions, it is key that they are given realistic timelines to deliver on such a mandate. When you work in groups, there will be a mix of deliverables, some of which require some adjusting to make them fit for purpose, and others that may already include a lot of aspects needed to make a deliverable fit for purpose. So you will see a mix, and hopefully that will inspire some of the discussions and clarify what is needed for a deliverable that's fit for purpose. But you will hear more about this when the exercise is introduced later. Before handing back the floor to Fleur, I also want to share the Secretariat's perspective on the informal note. Currently, the Secretariat, and when I say Secretariat, I mean the UNFCCC Secretariat, is listed as leading on 49 of the 98 deliverables. And something to consider here is, of course, first the role of the Secretariat. As a Secretariat to a convention, we have a very specific role that might differ from different stakeholders. And then, of course, another implication here is that mandates that are given to the Secretariat also have an implication on the available capacity and the budget that's required to deliver on them. When the Secretariat is listed as contributing to a deliverable, we interpret this as the Secretariat ensuring that those that are leading on the implementation of that deliverable are aware of the existence of the mandate. And we also we also interpret this as an ask to us to facilitate the coordination between the different stakeholders that would be leading on the deliverable or would be supporting it. Keeping in mind here, this is something that I'd want to highlight, is that this coordination and facilitation role is to support the implementation of the Lima Work Program by different actors is already ascribed to the Secretariat through the Lima Work Program on Gender. So this is part of our core role. When the Secretariat is listed as leading on an activity, we do interpret this as holding the main responsibility for delivery, and this will have implications for dedicated resources, and this implies human as well as financial resources, some of which may already be accounted for in the budget for 2026 and 2027 because of the role set out in the Lima Work Program on Gender, which has been budgeted, and others may be additional. If there's uncertainty about our role or other aspects related to the informal note, we are here, myself, Wiebke, Fleur is here, our colleagues Gabriela in the back, and Emma is also here, which most of you would have known and met by now. And we're here to answer your questions. So please don't hesitate to reach out either when you're in group work or individually. Thank you. And with that, I'll hand back to Fleur.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to reflect a little on that presentation to perhaps also frame that we are using the informal note as it is. This is what was the outcome of SBI to really work through them. So the questions that Wiebke has just proposed, they're perhaps not complicated, but what they require is time, and that's what you have in the next 2 days. So let's understand now in more detail the methodology we are proposing for these 2 days. Those of you who are in the room are sitting at the table of the group that you will be working on. We have more than 5 islands. The group tables, each of them representing one priority area of the GAP. For the first round, each group will work on deliverables that are considered either to be in greater need of improvement or to be a useful example of an actionable deliverable. The Secretariat chose deliverables aiming for a good balance, and then one that we believe helps with the discussions on deliverables more broadly and will lead to either strengthened deliverables or a better understanding of what defines an actionable and implementable deliverable. So that even if these deliverables are not what finally gets decided or the activities change in any way at SBI 63, the work that you're doing here will help to make it easier when you need to create deliverables for those final activities. You will work for 1 hour to consider and possibly reframe and improve the deliverables of this specific activity, reflecting that have been that are examples of those deliverables, and reflecting about these questions. So, all right, there's the map. I really do need to be able to talk and clicker. The informal note, that's the QR code for that if you haven't already seen that, and it's a useful thing to have at hand. And this is a map of the way in which the groups are set up. And I'm sitting at the podium. So, the guiding questions. First guiding question, does the deliverable directly contribute to the successful achievement of the objectives of its respective activity? And here, the point is you're looking at the activity that is there as drafted. You're not trying to change the activity itself. You're looking at whether or not, as drafted, the deliverable would in fact achieve that activity. The activity is simply an example of an activity. How do we make the link stronger so that once the deliverable is completed, you would be closer to accomplishing the activity? Guiding question 2. Is the deliverable as drafted actionable and clearly stated? So anyone, and that doesn't, keeping in mind here that there are many people who are expected to be engaging with this action plan once it's agreed, who have not been involved in the negotiations, have not been involved in the workshops, and may not be involved in the UNFCCC process at all. So, keeping that person in mind, can they understand exactly what needs to be done or achieved? If not, how can that language become more accessible and or more clear? Guiding question 3, and you will have all of these, so but it was useful for us to go through them here. How could someone verify completion and impact of this deliverable? For example, through a product, event, report, or measurable change. How might we be able to measure it quantitatively or qualitatively and record that measurement? If it's not measurable, as it currently is, can it be reframed? It's possible that there are things that can't be measured, but for those that could be, is there any need to reframe that? So then guiding question number 4 is, does the deliverable specify who is responsible for which part of its implementation? Does it attribute appropriate roles to each stakeholder? Keeping in mind that the Secretariat, but also the multilateral development banks, countries, governments, other implementing partners all have different roles and different strengths and different ability to implement. Are there any stakeholders that are missing who might be able to increase impact? And what would be their specific roles? At what levels would they be acting? Keeping in mind that this action plan, there is, and it has in the past, worked at the international level, at the national level, regionally as in regions around the world, but also in the subnational. So guiding question 5. If, in your view, this deliverable is well framed and does not need reformulation, what makes it a good deliverable? What are the elements that make it actionable and fit for purpose? And this is very important. It's as important as the ones that you think need to be worked on and changed, because it's this, the answer to this question will help ensure that every deliverable under the action plan can be actionable and fit for purpose. So we have in each group in the room has a facilitator and an observer. They will make sure that the participation is balanced and that every contribution is well captured in the flip charts and the activity template. So the observer will capture in the flip chart the content of the discussion, the rationale the group is using to make the changes, and then once you get a reframed deliverable, well, you can use an A3 template to fill that in. And all of these materials will be available and explained. The discussion and the thinking to get to that reframed deliverable is as important as the text that you come up with. So in your plenary presentations, please make sure you are covering both aspects. This is relevant because when you report back, we do not only want to hear your result, we want to understand how you got there. Why was this already a strong deliverable, or why is it now, with your changes, stronger than before? For those of you who are online, you will be divided into 5 groups. and each group will prioritize the same deliverables that are being considered and the same activities that are being worked on in the room. When you're in your virtual breakout room, the first thing you will do is check if your room has already been assigned a facilitator. In that case, they already know what to do. Or if you need 2 volunteers, one needs to be a facilitator for the discussion and the other needs to have access to the Miro board and capture the discussion and the reframed deliverable proposed by the group. If you are in person or online, the dynamic will be similar. For the first 5 to 10 minutes, the facilitator will briefly read the activity and deliverables that are being prioritized, just to give you more context. Then you will have some time to work individually, informed by the guiding questions, the ones that I've just been through. Each participant will reflect on how to make these deliverables more fit for purpose. If you are in person, we have printed on A4 paper that you can use to do your drafting. And for those of you working online, you will first draft any changes you want individually, and then either on a piece of paper or on your computer, and then they need to go into the Miro board. But please don't put your thoughts directly into the Miro board, because that is the note taker will be responsible for doing that once you have your collective discussion. After some individual thinking, the facilitator will guide a collective discussion, and together you will arrive at a reframed deliverables that best represent the inputs given by the group. The facilitators will use the template printed in A3 papers to capture the consolidated versions, and the online facilitators will capture that on Miro. If you cannot find a reframe that everyone is happy with, you can reframe it in a couple of different ways, and we will make sure these differences are captured in the informal summary. If you have time, besides discussing about the deliverables, responsibilities, and level of implementation, you can also check if the proposed timeline is feasible, if the timeline is clear and aligned with other potential linkages and complementarities. In any case, we will have dedicated time for talking about the timeline tomorrow. So this is for those of you who are online. These are the things that I've just been through. This is the template that the people in the room will have. And that's the timing for things. So after an hour of group work, we will come back in plenary for each group to present their thinking and reframe deliverables in about 3 minutes. And the other participants will be able to provide their written feedback via Mentimeter. I will explain the next rounds later in more detail, but basically in the next round, each group will rotate to the next table or to a different breakout room if you are online, and work on another set of deliverables under a different activity and priority area, so that everyone gets the chance to rotate and contribute to various priority areas over the rounds. The facilitators of each table in the room, though, will remain on the same table the entire time, so that they can ensure cohesion between the activities and deliverables that belong to the same priority area. For the online facilitators, unless the group has an official facilitator, you can appoint new volunteers for the next round. And the report back in plenary. So the in-person facilitator presents, complemented by the online facilitator, and inputs and questions will be collected online via Mentimeter, And this is 3 minutes. So it is really about the high level insights and the rationale for the proposed changes. I'm going to stop. We've been talking for a long time now, and I'm just going to pause to see if there are any questions before we enter into the group work. Okay. Everything is very clear. And you're all very keen to get started. So let me just see if I've got we are going to then move into the group work, round 1. So this, the participants in the room and online are going to be working in group work. And this exercise, for those who are viewing the broadcast, will not be broadcast. And we will be back not at 11:40. I'll have to work out when we'll be back and I'll let you know, with plenary presentations. So here are the guiding questions that I went through earlier. These are to help you in thinking through with your specific activities how to whether or not an activity a deliverable needs to be reframed, and if not, why not? The work begins now.
For you, together or individually? I think together.
Just to let you know that we have 5 minutes on this round. Okay, that was a very long 5 minutes. But hopefully you were able to use that to good advantage. But if I can now get you to come back so that we can do the report back. And for those of you online, we will also be calling you for report backs. So if we can all get ready for that. I'll give you 30 seconds to close up those conversations, and then we're going into report back. Okay. I'm going to be asking group 1 to start. And for just while we're waiting, it's wonderful to see so much engagement. But if we're going to keep on time and if we're going to get to all of the things that we need to get to over the next 2 days, we need you to come back. I am going to ask the facilitator, or if you have identified someone else to report back, of each group to present a summary of the discussion and the reframed deliverables that you got to. For those of you who are listening, for everyone else, so other than the person who's presenting, please scan the QR code or screen or on the screen, or type the link in your browser so that you can give your feedback on what is being presented. After all presentations, we will go back to the Menti and see if there is anything we need to discuss. So if you could just take a moment to log into Mentimeter so that you can provide feedback whilst you're listening to other people's presentations. I think everyone's probably got to there. So with group 1, whilst you we know that there's been a lot of discussion, you have 3 minutes to give us an overview of the deliverables that you have reworked. So group 1 in the room, please. You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Yeah, okay. I'm just waiting for group 1 to be ready to present, and we'll go first with group 1 in the room, and then we'll move to group 1 online.
Should we go ahead?
Yes, please.
All right. This is group 1. Group 1 was dealing with priority area A, which deals with capacity building. This is the priority area. Capacity building, knowledge management, and communication. And we were looking at activity A2 and deliverable 2.3 and 2.4. What we have engaged on, actually, we have really some tense, not so tense, kind of comprehensive engagement, especially on the first deliverable, which is 2.3, which originally reads as follows: provision of capacity building opportunities, tools and resources on skills for the role of national gender and climate change focal points, and on topics at the nexus of gender and climate change, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, health, gender-based violence, care worker, including through expert and indigenous and traditional knowledge exchange, peer-to-peer learning, as well as mentoring and coaching for national gender and climate change focal point. Now, as you could see, that is really a loaded deliverable. The group tried to unpack and making sure that we align that to the activity and also answering the objectives of the priority area. So just for you to align and follow the conversation, the deliverable is actually addressing the activity A2, which says that strengthen the role and the work of the national gender and climate change focal points and establish an institutional framework for coordination and implementation of national gender and action plans. So the activity is literally focusing on the capacity of the national gender and climate change focal point. So what we have proposed in terms of the improving the current deliverable, the team have agreed. We have really just made some minor change after a lengthy engagement. We have concluded to propose provision of capacity building opportunities, tools, and resources on skills for the role of national gender and climate change focal points, and on topics at the nexus of gender and climate change, including, but not limited to, that is a new addition, sexual and reproductive health and rights, health, gender-based violence, care worker, and we moved indigenous and traditional knowledge to follow care worker, and then we put comma there, indigenous and traditional knowledge. This could be done, that is a new addition, through we remove expert and we move to knowledge exchange, peer-to-peer learning, as well as mentoring and coaching for national gender and climate change focal point. So that capture our new deliverable, or refined deliverable rather. There was not much in terms of really addition, but enhancing the deliverable to make sure that it addressed the questions that were posed. So we moved to 2.4 on the deliverable in-session workshop. Is that the one? My team. Yes, in-session workshop on best practices and tools to strengthen the role of national gender and climate change focal points and enhance their role. So we were contemplating here is that is a new one. That's a new one. Yes. So what we contemplated, 2.4 deliverable that is being proposed, and that activity of strengthening the capacity for focal point reads: workshop to facilitate the development of a formalized description of the role of national gender and climate change focal point. So first we started, probably we needed to kind of script these deliverables because we felt like there was a duplication, and that is in form of A2 activity deliverable. We are proposing actually that this deliverable can be combined with A2, the first deliverable that I just read. So which should now, at the in that in-session workshop, we could also now include the facilitation or formalizing the descriptions and the role of the National Gender and Climate Change focal point, rather than having it as a separate workshop, because and also trying to reduce the number of activity as such. So at the end of the day, we are proposing that deliverable reads as follow: in-session workshop on best practice and tools to strengthen the role of national gender and climate change focal points, including through facilitations of the formalization of the description of the role of the national gender and climate change focal point. So those were the deliberation for group 1. We welcome any other input, and also from my team if I have left out something. Thank you very much, and I thank my group for really a very productive engagement we had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so now we will move to group 1 online, and I'll ask my colleagues to help me with making that possible.
Are you able to hear me?
Okay, just a moment. We need to. For this particular activity, and just as a reminder that there have also been in the past activities around the role of national gender and climate change focal points. There was a workshop, there is a report on that, and it's important in this moment to be thinking about what can be taken from what has already been done, and to keep in mind what one of the challenges has been with this is also that role is nationally determined. So thinking through then what that might look like in terms of how to frame and also recognizing that it's important that national gender and climate change focal points understand what their role is, and everybody else understands what their role is. But there are many pieces to bring together there. So thank you very much. We'll move now to group 2. First in the room and then online. And we will have a Menti page for each group. So we group, and you can continue to provide your feedback in the Menti. So group 2 in round 1 in the room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we were priority area B, gender balance, participation, and women's leadership, specifically activity B1. So that reads as promote initiatives for capacity building in leadership, negotiation, and facilitation of negotiation for the elimination of barriers for and the promotion of the full, meaningful, and effective equal participation of all women delegates, including young women, indigenous women, women from local communities, migrant women, women environmental human rights defenders, women smallholder farmers across the UNFCCC process and in the development of national climate policies, plans, and programs. And we were specifically working with B11, in-person and virtual workshops, capacity building initiatives, and networking. So for this deliverable and this activity in general, we went through the different deliverables. For the first one, for B11, we focused on just thinking. So we were like reflecting on, because there's different groups mentioned in this activity, like how do we actually make it useful and like as relevant as possible for the different groups. So we're talking about different, we were discussing like that, we were talking about different contexts. So not only is this within the specifically within the UNFCCC process, but it's for all women delegates and then for specific groups within those delegates. So how do we make sure that this is like targeting different groups to like also enable the participation? So we added especially, so like the if the activity reads as in-person and virtual workshops, capacity building initiatives, and networking, we added specially developed in for each target group based on a prior needs assessment. So the idea that we would determine what those needs are and then have capacity building sessions, virtual works for workshops, initiatives, and networking based on the needs of each of the groups mentioned in the activity. For we also discussed how frequent it needs to be. This was also like a lively discussion because we were discussing that ongoing is broad and would allow for like different activities to be mentioned and captured. But on the other hand, there's also the reality that when we have like more concrete timelines, it could be better also for reporting and for actually like guiding concrete moments throughout the year. So we're discussing and we didn't really like reach a final point regarding that discussion, but we discussed having it either quarterly or having a tailored timeline regarding on the different levels of implementation. So for international, like considering, for example, the COPs and SBs, for national, thinking about other moments, and regional, thinking about other moments. So right now we just left it as ongoing, but that is like a discussion that we were having in the group, thinking about what regularity would be more important, with the idea that more regularity would be more beneficial. We also discussed the type of workshop that we would be engaging in. So like that this would be focused on negotiation skills and really like trying to build leadership and negotiation skills within the UNFCCC process. So like this is specifically targeted for this space. And while also thinking about like including, like while reflecting that we have several groups within the activity, also thinking about how to make this as accessible as possible for people with disabilities and ensuring regionally balanced representation within these initiatives. We also targeted the other deliverables, but I know our focus was on B1, but we were basically trying to make sure that other deliverables were also responding to these different needs of the first that the first deliverable mentioned. So yeah, back to you, Fer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping that very concise. Although I would just remind everyone that we have interpretation, so if we could also be mindful of our interpreters, please. But thank you very much for a very concise summary there. And so now we will move to group 2 online.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Very brief headsets. Would be pretty easy.
tangible. We discussed in workshops either document like a workshop report or should that be made available in an accessible way. So by translating and disseminating it as widely as possible.
A concise readout. And again, for those of you who perhaps had additional things to add to that, please use the Menti for group 2. So now moving to group 3.
Thank you. Thanks, first of all, to Group 3 for the very engaged discussion. First, we spent some time to talk about C2.1 on virtual interactive dialogue between chairs of constituted bodies and work programs under the UNFCCC. We thought the phrasing of the original deliverable was a bit vague, not giving clear responsibilities or clear objectives to the dialogue. We also thought maybe it would be a better idea to have a series of dialogues instead of only one virtually. And we would suggest to have hybrids or virtual or in-person dialogues if possible. So the refrain deliverable would be series of virtual and or in-person interactive dialogues between the chairs of constituted bodies and work programs under the UNFCCC on how to strengthen mainstreaming of a gender and intersectional perspective into their work, with results to be systematized and published. In order to do that, the output would be a dialogue report by the Secretariat on the compilation of the discussion and best practices of the dialogue. And in addition to that, some reports by the work programs and constituted bodies on gender mainstreaming in their work. We also adjusted slightly the responsibilities, adding to the leading, in addition to chairs of constituted bodies, the chairs of work program to convene the dialogue, also to have the reports. We also wanted to add the secretariat to prepare the production of the report at the end of the dialogue. As contributing, we wanted to add the National Gender and Climate Change Focal Point to bring their expertise at the national level of implementation, in addition to the Secretariat and the constituted bodies gender focal points. We were not very sure about the original timeline, so we wanted to adjust it to start in 2026 with a dialogue in person at every SBs, in addition to potential virtual series of dialogue and reports to be made by 2027 if it allows the secretary enough time to produce such reports. I will now pass on the floor to my colleague Emilia for the second deliverable.
Hi, everybody. I'm just gonna complement the information for activity number C42. The original deliverable was changed to be reframed. So to clarify, there were some, yeah. So given that this work, this table is working on coherence, so we thought it would be better to strengthen the language on coherence. So and the topics. So we reframed the deliverable to read biannual dialogue on gender mainstreaming, its multidimensional factors, and climate change and synergies with the Rio conventions and UN entities. The type of output would be a report of biannual dialogue with lessons learned and also recommendations for joint activities, so that there is also a proposal to move forward with the advancing on the coherence. As for the responsibilities, the leading actor would continue to be the Secretariat, both as convener, but also in the preparation of the report, and the level of implementation would be international. And as contributing, we included as stakeholders, entities, genders, focal points, or relevant gender experts, including civil society and financial entities. And their specific role would be to add their gender expertise. And we expanded the level of implementation not only to international, but also to focus on regional and national. And the original timeline, it was already mentioned that it was going to be biannual. We just stated our preference to happen by COP31. That is it from our end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that just reminded me of something which I'll come back to after we've heard from the online group 3. And if you could please focus on those things that might be different from anything that you've heard from the room. So group 3 online.
Thank you. Just here.
That leads me to also the point that I had been reminded of, which is that one of the things to think about in terms of timelines, and we'll go into this in more detail tomorrow, is the reporting timelines. If you want to report, the publication timelines, the timeline within which the Secretariat needs to be able to finalize a document. If there's interpretation, there is a set period of time for every session when those formal reports need to be completed and to the for publication. So this is one of the things to keep in mind, is if it's a formal report, there are those timelines, and we will share more in detail on that. On the joint, just on that very specific point of the joint liaison group, because they actually met this week. So that was a timely question. It does still exist, and in fact, immediately after the subsidiary body session in June, the Rio Convention gender focal points, gender teams, together with UN Women, met to look at synergies and possible ways of strengthening the work that we already do together. It is something that we have mentioned in the past, and it is an ongoing collaboration among the gender focal points, not only of the Rio Conventions, but other multilateral environmental agreements, because there are obviously some similarities in the work that we do. So thank you very much. We are now going to group 4 in the room. And if we can.
All right. Hello, everyone. So on group 4, we, like all other group, we're looking at the 2 deliverables. The first deliverable is for priority, and our group was looking for priority area. Oh, sorry. All right. Our group was looking at area D, and we are looking at D1, deliverable 3. So the D1, it's read, share experience and support. Possibly don't need to read that, but we are specifically looking at the original wording for deliverable 3, which was report on implementation of the decision 7 CP 29 paragraph 23 in annex 2 of the annual budget on the annual gender composition report. So the group had a lengthy discussion on the activity itself, and the overall feeling is when this is communicated for easy implementation, the activities need to be made it easier to understand. So the proposed reframe of the deliverable is report on the Secretariat gender budgeting and the status of appointment of the gender focal point in relevant department as indicated in decision 7P 29 paragraph 23. So that is the proposed reframing of the activity. The group is happy for the Secretariat to continue being the lead on these activities and the level to continue being international. There was the group proposed change on the timelines for this to start in COP31 and end on the COP39, which will be in 2034. So removing COP36, we believe that was done as an error. And these activities, I think, just for context, was specifically referring to the decisions that was on the work program, which was adopted last year. But the group went further to discuss whether to just have a report will be sufficient to bring to life the decision that was made last year. So the group proposed an additional deliverable. In this case, that might be deliverable D14. Which reads high-level biannual roundtable dialogue among parties, funders, CSO, and relevant stakeholder to reflect on the finding of the UNEP gender budgeting report. And we propose this to be biannual, and the leading is Secretariat, but also the group made a specific comment that it needs to be relevant department within the Secretariat needs to be involved in hosting this biannual roundtable dialogue, specifically targeting the funders so that they are able to integrate or to make sense of the finding of the report, and potentially with the hope of adjusting and expanding the allocation of the resource. The second activities that we are supposed to look at was activity D41. And the activity was to specifically on the coordination. The deliverable reads sectoral and cross-sectoral coordination mechanism. The group, after discussion, we felt that the deliverable is very general and vague and complex. And given the second deliverable, that is B42, can be captured, like is a little bit comprehensive. So the first option was to delete this deliverable. But if we have to keep it, then the proposal wording for the deliverable will be strengthen national and subnational coordination mechanism for enhanced gender responsive implementation of climate policy and strategies. And it's really need to be framed as the national level and subnational level, and to be led by parties at national level, with the civil society, academia, international organization as a contributing entity, and the timeline should to be ongoing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And on the as I explained to the group, something that I will explain to everyone so that everybody has the same knowledge. One of the reasons why the current deliverable is worded exactly as it is, which is report on the implementation of Decision 7 CP29 paragraph 23 in Annex 2, is in part also because of the editorial guidelines that official reports have. So these are also things that we need to take into account. We can make exceptions. These are things that need to be thought about in order to make sure that anybody who is reading this can understand what is expected. So thank you, and we will now move to Group 4 online.
Thank you. My name is Constantius from GIZ Rugby.
Thank you very much. And the Menti is also open for that group, and you're welcome to add any feedback that you would like to, whether you're in the room or online, and whether you were in that group or not in that group. So we are now moving to the last group, Group 5, in person in the room.
My name is Angela, and I'll be reporting on the Group 5. We look at Activity E. I'll be reporting with my colleague Diego. Activity Area E is about monitoring and reporting, but as as it has been said in the room, we are focusing on only activity E1, which is strengthening the monitoring and reporting, an informal, full, meaningful, and sorry, I don't have my glasses, so it's making it a bit difficult for me. Effective engagement, equal participation of women in leadership position and women delegates within the UNFCCC process in the context of the gender composition report referred to in paragraph 22B of decision 7CP29, including through case study. So therefore, we are talking about the composition report. In our discussion, we look at inclusion of additional information in gender composition report, information on change over time. After, we look at the second point, which was include case study on further specific identified factor in gender composition report. We capture as well, like Fleur said, in our discussion, we look at that we've been probably too ambitious regarding the timeline. So we rectified the timeline for some viewpoint that Diego will go through. And I will give the floor to Diego now to go deeper on what have been said here and capture in the chart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. So for the activity E1.1 regarding the composition report, there was a lengthy discussion on first the need of keeping this report. So reiterate that we need this activity, and also provide more or clearer guidance on what are the data points that can be collected in order to enhance the report. There was a discussion about age, social status, living either rural versus urban, disabilities, race, and underrepresented groups and indigenous people. So it needs to be comprehensive, but at the same time, be able to provide clear guidance to the Secretariat on the data that needs to be collected. Also, there was a discussion on the importance of the understanding the level of engagement of women delegates, and that refers to also the importance of qualitative data. And sorry, going back to the previous point, the common this proposal on how to cover the different levels of data talked about the need to capture intersectional data, so that it's not just the sex and gender, but also, as I mentioned, age, social status, etc. And then under responsibility, it's important to add the parties as the data provider. So the Secretariat, of course, taking the lead on developing the report, but it's important to clarify the role of parties. And then on activity E1.2 about the case studies, there was a consensus on the possibility of merging this activity. So E1.1 with E1.2, and have them that the case studies can help increase the understanding on intersectional data, qualitative data, and as I mentioned, the role of or the level of engagement that women delegates have within their own delegations. There was a suggestion on being, again, providing guidance to parties, as well as to having focused issues such as disabilities, issues related to care, vulnerabilities, also about security and discrimination that women delegates may face during the COPs or other UNFCCC related events. So that it's important to perhaps have focused issues or focused reports on the different topics and facilitate the collection of case studies. And then in regards of the responsibilities, again, the importance of parties as the data providers. And as Angela mentioned on the timeline, acknowledging that COP32 might be too soon to have the data collected, particularly on the COP31 being too soon to collect the case studies. Have that rather start in COP32 and then every 2 years afterwards to keep the case, particularly the case studies or the qualitative data uh, reflected.
Thank you very much. And on the point about data, I would also put my secretariat hat back on. And one of the things that does need to be considered is what data is available to the secretariat in order to be able to make those reports. And that is a decision of parties as to the data that is included when people are registering, for instance, to participate in conferences. And going back to group 4, because one thing here is also to keep in mind that what paragraph 23 actually says in the Lima Work Program is that it encourages the Secretariat to consider making sure all budget proposals have considered effects on gender equality in its own organisational structure and to appoint gender focal points in relevant departments, provided that this does not add to the overall cost, increases efficiency. So that is an inward-facing mandate, but it does have implications because if Secretariat is being asked to consider that in the context of their budget proposals, it is parties who negotiate the budget or the Secretariat's budget. So there are things to be considered there, and it's important to perhaps go back to the language of the work program when considering that and considering who needs to be involved. And on the data point, there are limitations. So then there is some consideration for perhaps other ways in which that might be gathered. So if we could now move to group 5 online.
Okay. So the importance of that being intersectional and covering intersectional as well. We didn't quite list all, whether it's age, disability, socioeconomic status, etc. But the importance of that analysis. We are to really force social change, the information that we have through monitoring and reporting is on the framework and this the implementation and monitoring. So we need that evidence base in detail. We also know that which is voluntary reporting on gender representation and so forth. We know that it's not mandatory, it's voluntary. So it's suggesting the reporting on gender composition and again then the broader intersectional reporting there as well. So we have suggestions also exact wording here. We had the E2, which is also discussed, which is monitoring and engaging of the implementation, gender responsive planning policies and plans and strategies. We discussed, for example, linking voluntary national reporting of the E4 to sales voluntary. To reflect inequalities. So because we would say level of implementation and international submissions where was inequalities. We also wanted to link E2 3, which is the development of a framework and guidelines for complementary monitoring and reporting. With the E1, broader wording and terminology we would have for the gender composition report and representation. The pathways releasing the context. We think that it's very important they do, especially in E2, say that the implementation of E2 since the reports produced by the Secretary for the implementation of gender responsive policies in wording on gender responsive policies and strategies remains as suggested earlier. Also under E2 the suggested words there on mainstreaming, because that is our strategy in all of this. More specific confusion with that in the gender composition report. We also calls to ensure the involvement of CSOs in the reporting for the reporting to achieve I think that's a big summary. Facilitated to come out to make some suggested wordings. Thank you very much. And if anybody wants to
Thank you very much. And please do add via the Menti, which is open to both those in person and online. So we have now completed the first round. Congratulations. Well done. That's the first round and hopefully in this process you have seen the methodology for looking at these things, and perhaps and not forgetting that Vibke, Gabby and I are in the room, and that if you have questions about things, process or implementation, we would encourage you to ask us about them. And that includes, anything about the historical implementation also of the work program and gender action plan that you may have. So we are about to, the next is a lightning talk, but before I do that, I want to let you know that we are going to allow 30 additional minutes for lunch today to enable those who need to collect their DSA to be able to do so between 2 and 2:30. But now it is my pleasure to invite Christine Candy give the first lightning talk of this workshop. Christine, and I would invite you up to the podium. Christine is Executive Director of the Ondora Royce Indigenous Women Empowerment Network, IWEN, a women-led organisation of Persons with Disabilities based in Kenya. And we are delighted to have Christine as delivering our first lightning talk today. Christine, welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm Christine Kandie. I'm from Kenya. I work with an organization called Endorois Indigenous Women Empowerment Network. This organization was founded in 2016 and registered in 2019. And currently, I work as an executive director. And this organization has a strong elements of intersectionality, whereby we are working within indigenous setup. We are working with the grassroots women. We are working with the most farthest behind, the vulnerable. And our work is also not only on women, we also work with people with disabilities. And currently we are hosting a loose network of indigenous people with disability. And we also work with the young people in terms of bringing in issues of mentorship and positioning them for future leadership in terms of different levels of our community engagement. And to start with, Endorois before had a long struggle for land rights that started way back in 1974. And then there was a negotiation and even some kind of decision that was made at the national, at regional level, that is the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And so to begin with, I wish to talk about my key issue, that is about Gender Action Plan. And today, I wish to bring strongly on key elements that has continued to enhance key levels of gender action plans. That is in Paris Agreement, Article 7.5 and 11.2 requires that adaptation and capacity building to be gender responsive. So we need to have a very participatory and inclusive and indigenous knowledge. And we also know that being part of the gender is the women that has played a very important role, especially in the indigenous setup, being the knowledge holders, being the guardians of our mother natures. And they have positioned themselves because for generation and generation, they have sustained some of the and building their resilience toward adaptive climate change. We know that there are unprecedented climate changes, and including even other issues like pandemic that has also heightened on issues of gender inequality. And with the organization that I've mentioned, that is Endorois Indigenous Women Empowerment Network, we have worked very strongly with Endorois women, and not only Endorois women in Kenya, we've also provided a space whereby we could also try to understand and share experience with our colleague, indigenous women from Tanzania through Pastoral Women Council. We've also engaged more closely with other organizations from Uganda and strengthening on issues of food security towards strengthening on our role as factors of production. Women play a very important role in securing food security for families and even for our nation. So we've seen women, they are working in farm. They've seen women combating and even innovating solution towards what is happening in terms of climate change, posted by climate change. So in this, I wish to look at on how enhance Lima work program on gender and gender action plan as provided are key priorities. And I want to highlight those 5 priorities that is very important for us to take into consideration. That is capacity building and knowledge sharing. We need to look also at the gender balance and leadership. And we should ensure that our work works towards ensuring that there is also mainstreaming and issues of leadership for our women, so that even when they come to climate change negotiation, they have the capacity to negotiate and even speak and have voice to present their issues, so that when we talk about climate change mitigation, climate change solution, women also have, because climate change impact has impacted on those people who are most vulnerable. why is it that we cannot have their voice when it comes to climate change negotiation? How do we ensure that there is that bridge? We bridge the gap as we talk about climate change. We ensure that those who are most vulnerable, those who are most affected by climate change, are given spaces to be at the forefront and be able to have the voice to negotiate and provide leadership at that level. And in that, they will be shaping their leadership in their day-to-day, or including even at the country level, or even the most basic level of leadership, unit of leadership within their communities. They are able to shape on that. We should also look at the issues of gender responsive implementation and finance. I know this one has been has a lot of positivity, and sometimes it has some challenges when it comes to responsive implementation. We've seen how our countries has developed national gender action plans towards climate change, which is also, we have also seen how national determined contribution also try to take into consideration voices of women. So another groups that are missing, or genders that are missing when it comes to climate change discussion. We need to have a very robust monitoring and evaluation and reporting for us to know at what level are our impact achieved, and if not achieved, at what should we do so that we are able to be cognizant on what is happening, what are the challenges and all that. So let me narrow down to Africa-specific priorities, and in this, I'm looking climate change in displacing communities, as we've seen, and I want to draw this example from the community that I come from, that is the Endorois community, and we've seen Lake Bogoria. Lake Bogoria is one of our ancestral home, and within that we have a lake that is as saline in nature, and we have also seen how this lake, over the years, the lake has presented itself in that it has the capacity. There is a rising water level over time that has affected community. They have affected the health of the soil, and in turn, it has affected the health of human and animals. And there is a lot of issues of psychosocial distress for our communities, and even for mothers and children who have a very little capacity when it comes to adaptive capacities for impacts of climate change. And over the same, because our organization have done research on how we are establishing on that, we have done a research on loss and damage. If you want to access on this research, you can go to our website, that is www.endoroisindigenouswomen.org. You are going to access those material facts on how we have attributed how climate change has affected the well-being and even the wellness of indigenous community, including Endorois in Kenya. And we have seen how they've continued to face existing vulnerability, like the issues of access to relief, inaccessibility in shelter, because the already existing one has been submerged. There is also invisibility of data, which is a critical element, because even if we talk about climate change impact, some of the data are still missing. They are not coming up, so that when we are negotiating or when we are making decision, we are making decision over a data that is not well collected or sufficiently provided. So that is a challenge that we continue to look at that. We've also seen now data, the issue of disaggregated data, that is to include issues of gender, age, and disability, especially disability. Mostly climate change negotiation does not bring strongly how people with disability, especially women with disability, are also disappropriately affected by climate change. We have the issues of protect indigenous cultural and spiritual side. And those submerged in Lake Bogoria has also given us how this one undermine the achievement of self-determination as indigenous communities. So we need to relook at that. So action area for gender action plan is to have an inclusive leadership and participation, which we need to have a guarantee of around 30 to 50% of meaningful participation of women, indigenous women, and women with disability in all climate decision-making bodies. We need also to provide financial and technical support, because at the end of the day, we need the technical support for us and for organization of people with disability-led organization to engage effectively. And we should even prioritize in giving them opportunities. That is very important to realize a future whereby all of us are included. So another one is gender responsive adaptation and resilience. I think I've talked about that, including on issues of agroecology and issues of indigenous food system, whereby the strength is in women, whereby we capacity build, we support women that are running activities that are intensifying towards mitigating on issues of food nutrition. We need to go back to indigenous food system and all that. I know our countries, some of our countries have policies that undermine on issues of indigenous food securities, and we need to, when we're talking about policy, those are the level that we ensure that we have policy that promote and even realize the use of indigenous food. My country, Kenya, has a policy that does not allow an exchange of indigenous seeds among farmers, which undermine on how we can co-create and values of indigenous communities. I know indigenous communities have a very strong value of sharing. So how do we ensure that we continue with those values that we have? We also look to have gender responsive finance. I have talked about that. We need to relook climate from a perspective of gender-based violence. I know a number of women has continued to exposed to risk that has enhanced risk that has seen them being victims of gender-based, and whereby even the policies that we are looking at, or even adaptation plans at the national level, at some point you find that they don't integrate the lenses on how women are being undermined in terms of leadership, especially on issues of gender-based violence. So we need to address the issues of gender-based violence before we talk about women coming on front in terms of shaping their leadership on climate change. So, and the last thing is we need to strengthen on issues of monitoring, evaluation, and accountability. And we need to have standardized indicators for women leadership, finance allocated to gender priorities. We need also to relook on how access to climate smart health and water and reduction of gender-based violence risk. So we need to have a annual reporting whereby civil society organization like ourselves should review on how this progress is achieved. So, and finally is about call to action, whereby I want to urge you colleagues that Africa Gender Action Plan must go beyond numbers. It must deliver safe water for mothers and food security for children with disabilities and protection of indigenous culture, leadership for women on the front line. So without this, climate action will remain incomplete. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Christine. Thank you. And with that, we are closing out this first part of the workshop. And I'm going to let you go to lunch in just a moment. But before you do, when you come back, you will be moving to the next round. So wherever you are sitting. So if you're sitting at table 1, you will now be sitting at table 2. We can help you with that when you come in, but that is the plan, that you move straight to the next table. If you are online, we will follow the same logic. And as I say, the DSA office is open from 2 o'clock until 6 o'clock. And so we are making lunch today from 1 until 2:30. We will see you back here at lunch. There are a number of options. If you haven't been in the venue, you will find a number of options downstairs. And please go enjoy lunch, and hopefully you will have an opportunity to speak with each other. Thank you. See you back here at 2:30.
So in the afternoon, we will work now on 2 more rounds, similar to what we did in the morning. So I imagine that you are already sitting on a different table, right? If you were on table 1 in the morning, now you're on table 2. If you're on the table 2, you're on table 3, and so on. So we're going to rotate clockwise. And this is important because then you get to work on deliverables across all priority areas. We will, in this round, work again on 2 deliverables that are already on your tables, and follow the same guidance. A little bit of individual work first, after the facilitator explained the activity's objective to you. And then you come together for a collective discussion, a balanced discussion, and filling in the end the A3 paper. This is the bigger paper on the tables, with the final, or the most close to final deliverable that the groups agreed with. And if there is any kind of discrepancy in the group, you can add one more paper, one more A3, and add the second version, or even a new deliverable, as we saw in one group happening. We should keep new deliverables at a minimum, but if it is necessary, you are allowed, of course, to do that. We will do this for just 40 minutes now, because you are already a pro. You already did the first one, so we can go a little bit faster. So in 40 minutes, we come back for the plenary presentations. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay. And for the online groups, it's the same. You're going to rotate to a different group. Those who are in group A go to group B to group C, and so on. Thank you very much, and have a fruitful discussion.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
We have 10 more minutes for this round.
don't think it's. Hi. Yes. So we have 5 minutes to the end of this round. So yes, thank you. Start wrapping up the work. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, our time is up for this round. We will begin with the plenary presentations. And please use again the Mentimeter to provide your feedback as you hear from each group. Each group will have 8 minutes to present back, but between the in-person and online. So roughly 4 minutes max to present back your deliverables. We will always start with group 1 because it's always a different group there, so it's kind of fair. So can I ask group 1 to present first in the room and then online? You cannot hear? Okay. Okay. Can everyone hear me now? Is the volume better? Yeah. Okay. So just to recap, we're going to begin with the plenary presentations, 8 minutes per group divided between the in-person and online. We will always begin with group 1 because we have different people in that table anyway, so it's fair. And for those of you who joined the online sessions and you remained in the same group as the previous round, this was a technical issue that we had, but we are trying to solve it and make you rotate as the people in the room are doing as well. So can I go to group 1 in the room? Are they group 1?
Could we come the second? We are just concluding on one item we are trying to agree on.
Okay.
If that is allowed.
Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, maybe we go to the online group first, just for a change. Group 1 in the online, people who worked under the priority area A, would you like to quickly present back your discussions and potential deliverables, reframe deliverables? We cannot hear the online room here.
I think.
Yeah, now yes.
Hi, Hannah. Fantastic. Apologies, I'm not sure if I'm group 1 or not. I'm joining you halfway through the day, but happy to share what we talked about. And activity as well, the specific deliverables, number 1 and number 4. So dialogues with UN Women, also doing climate change focal points, etc., as well as hybrid workshops to discuss gender and climate change terminology. I think we had some consensus around some additions for both deliverables, ensuring that they were interactive hybrid dialogues, maintaining kind of accessibility that we're experiencing today. So thank you. As well as expanding the groups that will be contributing. So really emphasizing the women and gender constituency, civil society observers. There was a note about bringing in kind of technological expertise as well, ensuring folks that are working in different sectors are also able to participate. And then in terms of leading, there was a request to expand beyond the gender and climate change focal points to include the UNFCCC focal points, GEF focal points, perhaps ministry representatives from ministries of finance and parties generally, to ensure a wider representation and understanding that's being brought to these dialogues. Lastly, there was a note around expanding not past how their work contributes to the achievement and the objectives of this gender action plan, but building in kind of a wider focus beyond the gender action plan. We noted an emphasis on not just international events, but regional in terms of implementation. Particularly capturing what comes out of these dialogues, both in looking at a potential synthesis report, making sure we're making the best use of these approaches, perhaps also developing a database around partners and how to engage with these institutions. Jumping to deliverable 4, many of these topics or notes I mentioned still apply. There's lots of overlap, emphasizing the regional level of implementation as a really important point, especially when looking at kind of emerging issues, frameworks, needs, terminology, etc. Really making sure we bring in the expertise needed in the room in terms of them contributing to the dialogues. This will be especially important in a regional context. And then for this deliverable number 4 in particular, emphasizing maybe expanding those contributing to the COP presidency, high-level champions, youth climate champions, etc. I don't want to take too much time, so maybe I'll close there, but you have more on the report.
Thank you very much. Is group 1 in the room ready?
Thank you very much for accommodating our circumstances. Group 1, of course, we have engaged, and I think our discussions more or less the same as the online team. Looking at 3.1 in terms of the deliverable that supports the issues here, it's the strengthening the understanding of gender and climate change terminology as the main activities that we would want to see being delivered. So we have unpacked and tried to understand the deliverable from an approach perspective, be it now the dialogue issue versus the workshop. And I'll come to that on the second deliverable. So we finally concluded to rephrase the deliverable as follow: dialogue with the United Nations entity for gender, equality and the empowerment of women, national gender and climate change focal point, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and other relevant stakeholders. On understanding, we replaced the last part that says on how their work contributes to the achievement of the objective of the GAP, because we felt like that last part is not aligned to the activity, because the activity is not measuring the overall achievement of the GAP, but rather measuring the understanding of the gender and climate change related terminology. So we have now actually adjusted the last part on how, then we replaced that on understanding of gender and climate change related terminology. Of course, we have contemplated to look at there is a specific UN agency that is being kind of mentioned in the deliverable. We had a lengthy discussion to say, does this not actually close out UN agencies that are not, because this is more referring to the UN Women. How about the UNICEF, the UNDP, and so forth, who are equally contributing to this particular mandate? So, however, we concluded to say we would definitely accommodate those in the contributing agencies, so that at least it also cater for them, so they will be listed there. And we move to 3.4. 3.4, which actually proposed that, or the current deliverable indicate that virtual or hybrid workshop to discuss gender and climate change terminology, multidimensional factors and emerging issues. When we look at this, the group feels like these two deliverables are actually one and the same. It is probably the means of implementation, or the approach rather, that differs. The other one is a dialogue, and then this one is a workshop. But the ultimate goal and objective is actually to create and strengthen an understanding of gender and climate change related terminology. So the proposal is to embed 3.4 into 3.1, and then we remove 3.4 because it is a means of implementation. So I think in terms of timelines, their proposal here, the other one is at COP. I will see also the Secretariat proposed COP 33. We feel also that this is an ongoing initiative and it's really capacity building, and capacity building should be an ongoing effort because as we negotiate, there is this need to create harmony and synergies in terms of understanding of the gender and climate change terminology. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Fleur, what do you think about this?
No, just a point. The timeline, because this question came up also in the last discussions. So what is included in the template in terms of timelines was what was included in the informal note from the last from SBI 62. So there you can don't assume that there was a specific reason, or there may have been a specific reason, but we don't know what that reason was. So feel free to adjust the timeline as you see fit, as you are doing, but just note that the information that's in your templates is based on what was in the informal note.
Thank you, Fleur. Let's go to Group 2 in the room.
Okay, thank you so much. So we had a very lively, like very interesting discussion around these two deliverables. So we were tackling deliverables under B3. I can quickly read for reference. So B3 says, improve, promote the equal participation of women in delegations at UNFCCC sessions, as well as funds for supporting the participation of grassroots, local communities, and indigenous peoples from developing countries, the least developed countries, and small island developing states, and encourage parties and relevant organizations to share information on travel funding. The deliverables we tackled were the first and the second. So the first one reads as recognition of the urgent need for improving the representation of women in party delegations and respective allocation of available funds. So our edits to that after the discussion were landed on increased representation of women in party delegation, also as a result of increased respective allocation of available funds. We had like this whole discussion around the term recognition, and how that was a bit more ambiguous than intended, and that there was the necessity to have a little bit more stronger, more actionable language. So that's why we landed on increased representation of women in party delegations. And then the idea of also having an increased allocation of available funds, but also considering this is not the only way of increased representation, but there's national policies and internal policies that could also lead to more balanced and increased representation of women in party delegations. So for this one, we also added contributing secretariat, which we will defer to you also for if this makes sense here, but basically leading parties and relevant organizations and contributing secretariat. And we maintained outline, a timeline, and levels of implementation the same. So national and ongoing. Then for the next deliverable, it read as mobilization of travel funds to increase women's participation in the UNFCCC process. To this deliverable, we only added including but not limited to the groups referenced in this activity, under the understanding that it would strengthen the activity if we also connected and referenced the groups that already referred to it, so that this deliverable could really help achieve the objective of this activity. We also added to leading relevant organizations instead of being in contributing. And to the original levels of implementation, we added regional. We also left the original timeline as ongoing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the Group 2 online, those working on the same deliverables, B3, 1 and 2.
Thank you, and thanks to the group for the discussion. Read again.
was not actionable. So we thought, should this be part of the activity instead? And finally, we just decided to edit the deliverable. So we started to brainstorm, and so we identified ways to encourage parties to take gender composition into account in their delegations. So we came up with the idea of guidelines, and the final deliverable now reads as development of guidelines for party delegations to improve gender representation in UNFCCC sessions, which would also encompass the groups I mentioned in the activity. We moved the second part of the deliverable on funds in the other deliverable, which I'm going to talk about in a second. Just moving on to responsibilities. In leading, we would have parties and the secretariat potentially contributing more open to feedback, and contributing also relevant organizations. For timelines, we have ongoing because these are guidelines, but for the actual development, we thought maybe COP31 or COP32, depending on what's feasible. And then for deliverable B3.2, there was some confusion with the word mobilization of funds, so whether it means seeking additional funding or just mobilizing existing funds. So we specified this in the deliverable, and we emphasized the importance of communicating this information to parties and all relevant groups, so this also be specified. So the final deliverable now reads as mobilization of available travel funds to increase women's participation in the UNFCCC process and communicate information about these funds to parties and relevant groups and organizations. So responsibilities, we also added relevant organizations as leading to be communicating this information with groups. And because of this addition, we also included in levels of implementation regional and local. And for this one, timelines are ongoing, so no edits. Thank you.
Thank you. Highlighting the confusions as well. I think it's a very valuable information for us to include in an informative summary where the confusions are, where the questions are, and we have Fleur here to answer most of them, if not all. Do you have a call? Let's go then to group 3 in person.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for the group who worked with us on these specific deliverables, which were C31 and C32. I'm going to go first on C31, which we thought needed some rephrasing to make it more understandable and concrete. So we proposed to rephrase like that. Gender responsiveness and is implemented and reported by UNFCCC constituted body processes, including inter alia the Standing Committee on Finance, as well as processes related to the NCQG on climate finance and the Global Stocktake and work on mitigation and adaptation. And gender-related inputs are submitted by parties and relevant organizations. So the type of output, we also thought that was not clear from the deliverable, so we suggested to add submissions to be made by parties, as well as reports by constituted bodies, and finally a report compilation of those inputs by the Secretariat with concrete recommendations on how to make use of those inputs. In terms of responsibilities, we wanted to add as leading the constituted bodies to prepare those reports on how they integrate gender responsiveness into their work, as well as the Secretariat to prepare the report compilation. As contributors, we wanted to add also the gender experts from relevant organization and the National Gender and Climate Change Focal Point. So that would add also the level of implementation, national and regional. In terms of timeline, we would keep ongoing, but adding some specific timeline for those reports from the Secretariat. The first one would be useful at 2027, before the GST and NCQG, first report on NCQG in 2028, and the second one before 2030, so could be 2029, before the NDCs 4.0 and submission on maps. Yeah, and that's it from this first deliverable, and I will pass on to Emilia for the second one.
Thank you so much, Marie, and thank you so much for our colleagues here. We found C32 a very interesting example of what Fleur was warning us in the morning, that for people within the UNFCCC, we may understand perfectly clearly what is it that we want to say, but for an outsider, they're like, what is this? Let's remove it because it doesn't make any sense. And so we try to reframe, take your advice in the morning and make it understandable for wider world outside the UNFCCC. So C32 now reads, we invite constituted bodies to ensure gender expertise is included among members, expert groups, and observers, and to report on how the implementation is translated into their work. And the type of output would be a report. The original responsibilities, besides the leading actors, that would be the constituted bodies and parties, we added contributing actors such as experts, observers, and the Secretariat. And in the timeline, the invitation to ensure gender expertise within the UNFCCC is ongoing, but the timeline of the report, we suggest that it would be optimal to start in 2027 at the SBs and continue biannually with these reports. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the group 3 online then.
Hi, I think I am getting back. You can hear me.
Yes, see if someone has comments or feedback about this, please remember to use the Mentimeter to create these inputs. Let's move to Fleur. Yeah.
I just thought I'd take this moment to also remind people about a recent study that has shown that the top 5% of reports, UN reports, were downloaded over 5,500 times, while 1 in 5 reports received fewer than 1,000 downloads. So also something to keep in mind when thinking about reports is what type of report, and to reflect on which reports in the last 5 years under the previous Lima Work Program and Gender Action Plan you've actually read and considered and been able to take something from and think about just thinking about what a report is and what it isn't.
Great provocation. Let's go to group 4 now.
So group 4, we were looking at the deliverables under D2, D21, which was originally workshops, capacity building, initiatives, and webinars. So we discussed and thought that it's important to qualify if it's a workshops or capacity building initiatives, what kinds of capacity building initiatives they are. So because this is about implementation of gender responsive technological solutions, the group thought that it's important to have one of the deliverables as a capacity building workshop of the CTCN on implementation of gender responsive technologies. And we also thought of these capacity building workshops at different levels. So from the CTCN level to NDEs, the nationally designated entities, and other relevant organizations, but also important that there's capacity building at the level of parties, where also national gender and climate change focal points are involved in the initiatives. And then out of these workshops, we are recommending that at least there should be a result from them. So compilation of case studies and good practices is an important output. And in doing this, consideration of the local communities is also important. So when we look at levels of implementation, the original is international, regional, and national, but we are recommending that it goes lower so that there's also involvement of local communities. In terms of timeline, we are proposing, the team, as a team, we were not so sure, but we are proposing to align with the review of the CTCN Gender Action Plan. We were just checking on the timelines. We think it's about 2027, but we are yet to confirm. And then on the deliverable D2, it's the original one is a dialogue on gender responsive technological solutions. So when we look at the language there, it's a bit repetitive. When you look at the end, it says considering gender differentiated impacts of climate change by gender, and it goes on. So we are proposing to rephrase it so that it reads and also so that the dialogue, has a particular output. So a dialogue to take stock on gender responsive technological solutions with an intersectional approach, so that then we collect all the additions that appear in the original text. And then we are also proposing that out of the dialogue, we have some sort of call to action, but also the dialogue should be preceded by submissions, which then would lay a foundation for rich information that will then go into the dialogue. And this, just like the previous activity, we are also proposing to align it with the review of the CTCN Gender Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to group 4 online.
Yeah. Discussion in the group. We have very similar ideas from the group of Jackie, who is facilitating one review the we need more time. We are focusing the delivery to one. Because I want to talk the visibility initiative awareness. So as well as the in-person group, we're trying to connect this activity with the CTCN cycle of the release of the gender time. So in the group groups that we put every 2 years accordingly the CTCN work in the responsibilities with that is needed to lead the activity by the CTCN and the employees, the contribution with other local communities like indigenous women group, local community and relevant organizations. And we have a discussion about the recent developments, but it was not discussion, but we have total capacity building initiatives, webinars, including to the approach to technologies. So yeah, maybe we need time. So ideas from the second deliverance, something additional we have that is needed to complement the gender levels with agri-food. I think in this case, it's needed to review the level of the activities to be in the to the long administration, so maybe it's needed to work to the national we have suggested an abstract to launch a gender responsive climate solution on the dialogue. So yeah, we have like a focus in the local women communities, but we haven't enough time to write and specific to the delivery. So that is and from the discussion.
Thank you. Moving to the last group, group 5 in the room.
Thank you. So in our table 5, again, monitoring and reporting, we look at E1.3 now. So the sense in the table was to rephrase the deliverable. And we come to this sentence. This is that I'm going to read now. Call for submissions, exchanges, and summary reports on the best practices of ensuring informed, meaningful, and effective engagement of women and gender balance, including relevant political and technical positions in ministers, comma, we remove the in, ministers, comma, delegation and elected position under the UNFCCC. We come to rephrase because we think that is more clear now, and we had a debate. We couldn't really understand the previous previous framing, and we think that this will help people to understand it better. And now my colleague will report back on the second point.
Thank you, Angela. So on the responsibilities, we also suggested or came to an agreement that we should also list the Secretariat as the responsible entity for organizing the exchange and providing the summary report. And then on the timeline, the group agreed that this activity could be pushed to COP32, so 2027, and then have the report every 2 years thereafter. And then for deliverable E14, we agreed that this is already very clear and comprehensive. We after seeking clarity with the Secretariat, we had a better understanding of the background of this activity. So we also support keeping in person the briefings, and then we suggest to have this activity to be annual at the SV meetings so that we have the information of the previous COP. So this would be at the SB sessions in June in Bonn, understanding the gender composition report on the previous year, and then we were gonna kindly suggest the Secretariat to help us visualize the timeline of deliverables, but we're very excited to see that is on the motion. So thank you very much, and I think this will be a very helpful exercise for us to understand the amount of work that the Secretariat is undergoing for this activity, and we're very appreciative of that.
Thank you very much. Let's move to group 5 online.
Thank you. Thanks so much to the group. We had a great discussion. I'll just focus on a few things rather than getting into the specific language of the deliverables. I think we did have how the deliverables are framed in terms of language. So looking at inclusive language that recognizes the diversity among women and intersectional factors, and also that we're consistently emphasizing meaningful and equal engagement. Making the deliverables a bit more concrete and specific. So things for example, in relation to E1.3, the need for the calls for submissions to be structured and have consistency to effective synthesis, and ensuring regional analysis and case studies, recognizing that these issues vary across contexts. So that was an idea that was integrated in E1.2, 1.3. And then we also discussed ensuring that the gender composition report is discussed, and so also support for the idea of in-person briefings leads to actionable recommendations. So it shouldn't just be discussion of the content of the report, but also looking forward to what can be done to the contents. I think I'll leave it there in the interest of time.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 3 minutes for the break. Maybe we project the Mentimeter and see if there's any questions or feedback that we would like to see. Starting from group 1, round 2. Starting from group 1, round 2, please. No, it's the other way around. Go back 5, please. Go back to group 1, round 2. Thank you. Okay, so in group 1, we have great reference to IPCC. Definition of gender should be based on the common understanding. Most participants online were not familiar with the draft outcome from the SB 62 GAP workshop and negotiation sessions. Yeah, that's an important point to make. Gender definition of gender should be based on UN understanding. moving to the next. If you have any comments on anything that I read, you can raise your hand. For group 2, could we include regional here? And I think the groups included, no. Given some travel support and resourcing could come via regional mechanisms. And I wonder if some of these reports could be wonderful online modules or infographics. Yeah, related to what you said before, Fleur. Do we have more feedback? The next one? No? Dorothy? Oh, group 3? Really great suggestion on presidency. So much scope for them to support these deliverables. Very relevant initiative for the presidencies in the mainstreaming of gender in more agenda items, and some regional dialogue on locally led technology for women might be good for this deliverable. Great. I think those were the feedback that we received via Mentimeter. Thank you so much. We're going to have a 10-minute break for a coffee break, and we'll be back for the final round of the session. So when we are back from the coffee break, please go to the next table. We will rotate again to the next group. Thank you so much.
Mic check 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check.
Hi, everyone. Remember to sit in the next table to rotate so you can work on deliverables of another priority area.
Oh, press quit.
Okay, so we can now sit on the third table of the day and work the third round of deliverables. We'll have 40 minutes for that. So it's time for us to work on the round 3 of the day with the new priority area and 2 new deliverables. We have 40 minutes for that. For those of you who are online, now we will rotate to a different group and work on 2 more deliverables under a different priority area. Thank you. We have 40 minutes for that. We have 5 more minutes. wrapping up. Okay, so it's time. Let's begin the plenary presentations. Can we go to group 1? Can we go to group 1 in the room?
Gente. Oh, Johanna accepted me. 10 seconds.
We're gonna. You need 10 seconds? Group 1, are you ready to present? Round 3? Group 1 is at the back, right? You're group 1. Are you ready? Go for it.
Everybody go home. Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. Group 1 here. Priority area A, we are looking at activity A4. In A4, we had 2 deliverables that we were looking at. The first deliverable, of course, just to enlighten so that there is also an alignment in terms of understanding the deliverable in terms of the activities. The activity speak to enhance capacity building for government and other relevant stakeholders on collecting, analyzing, and applying age and gender disaggregated data, sex disaggregated data, and gender analysis, reflecting multidimensional factors, including social, cultural, economic, and environmental factors as applicable to national contexts, in the context of climate change where applicable, including racial discrimination as applicable, and according to national context and registration to help shape gender responsive policies. That is the activity is of course proposed at SB 62, blanketed as we have understood. And then moving now to our 2 deliverable, 4.1, which the original deliverable is crafted as promotion of tools, guidelines, and training. So the group unpacked that and try to improve and enhance it. So the new proposal and the new revised activity or reframed one, deliverable reads as follow. We introduce, utilize, adapt, and develop tools because we were contemplating that at least for the existing tools, we can deploy or they use already because they are ready for use. In terms of those who have not adopted any yet, they can adopt some. And where we need to develop new one, there is also that provision. And then we say now utilize, adopt, and develop tools, guidelines, and training materials. On training, we added materials for data collection, management, and analysis. So you see the last part is also enhanced with data collection, management, and analysis so that it completes the full cycle of data collection, management, as well as interpretation, moving to communication, addressing the objective of the priority area. So we move to 4.2, that is our second deliverable, which originally reads as build national evidence based on the nexus of climate change, gender, and emerging issues. So we equally contemplated on this one. I think there were also a few adjustments to this deliverable. With the last part, emerging issues, we pause to unpack a bit, like it is a bit ambiguous. We needed to find ground so that it is contextualized in a way. So we revised this deliverable and now it reads as build evidence-based. We remove national, build evidence based on the nexus of climate change, gender, and emerging issues within national and regional context, because there were also contemplation to say there might be issues beyond national borders, especially the issues of the refugees, women in refugee camps, and so forth. So you create space also to include those such information. So those were the discussions for group one. And in terms of the timeline and the responsible, those one we only improved on the responsibility to include the regional, because as it is now, it is at national level. So we submit.
Thank you very much. Before I go to group one online, just a final reminder that the DSA is closing in less than 30 minutes now. If you are a funded delegate and you need to collect your DSA today by 6 p.m. Now let's go to group one online, please.
Thank you so much, everyone. We agreed with many of the points that were just presented. Had similar suggestions around strengthening the precise wording in terms of development of tools and guidelines, implementation of trainings, and delivery capacity building programs. So I think that's what was just shared. We also had similar things deliverable too. Sorry, I'm jumping around. Similar kinds of suggestions. We included text around building, strengthening, and maintaining existing audience to reflect the need for kind of maintenance as well. Also emphasize a state or a local level of implementation based on some of the experience in working with states in federal systems. We didn't quite get to types of outputs, but we had a discussion on to drive this progress and agreed that there was some specification that would be incredibly helpful for these more broad deliverable texts. And then similarly, we didn't come to a very specific note, but just emphasize the need to stage some of this more ongoing work to be most impactful ahead of reports and events where the analysis and the national evidence base would be utilized.
Thank you. Let's move to group 2. And on the Mentimeter as well. Thank you. Group 2.
Perfect. Sorry. Okay, so we discussed deliverable 3 of B33 and B5. So for B33, we discussed the deliverable gender composition of party delegates having received funding through the Trust Fund for participation in the UNFCCC process for in-person participation in the United Nations Climate Change Conference is reported. So this activity, we only had one addition. We had 2 additions. One is having gender composition of party delegates and groups reference in this activity, having received funding through the Trust Fund for participation in the UNFCCC process for in-person participation in the UNFCCC sessions is reported. So kind of like the clarification of connecting back to the main activity and referencing the groups of the main activity, and also clarifying that we meant the sessions of the UNFCCC. So those were the edits regarding the deliverables. Then we had discussions around the timeline, thinking what would be useful, what would be like considering the capacity of the secretariat, and trying to really like reflect on what is feasible. And then we suggested doing annually alongside the gender composition reports. But again, we saw the secretariat's suggestions, so also understand that that could be not fitting the capacity. So that's regarding the B3.33. And then B.5, which says facilitate the or implement protocols to enable full, meaningful, and equal participation in UNFCCC conferences and events. And the deliverable was monitor the gender, care, and accessibility responsiveness of UNFCCC operations and event organizing. So for this one, we got a little bit deeper into this one just because the other deliverables that followed were also connected to the first one. So really trying to make sense of how the whole activity works in response to the activity. So the edit that we made to B5.1 is ensure and monitor the gender care, safeguard, and accessibility responsiveness of UNFCCC operations and events organizing. Then we went to B.5.2 and said synthesize presidency report on UNFCCC gender responsive operations, for that, the timeline until 2026. So having a clearer timeline that would allow the report to come out quickly. And then following that report, so like feeding from the insights of that report, having B.53 say produce protocols and best practice guidelines on gender, care, safeguards, and accessibility responsiveness operations and event organizing. And adding to that one, a timeline of 2027, and then with contributing the women and gender constituency, because the WC is also producing a checklist and just to like have continuous references as well to the constituency. We also said for the report to be every 3 years. So starting the first report in 2026, but then having considered reports every 3 years to verify that the guidelines and the protocols are being effectively implemented, because there is a separate deliverable on implementation in B.5.4. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Claire has one comment on B3. So just to clarify that on the point about the data for the trust fund participation, that is readily available data. So that is something that, it's readily available data that we have access to. So it's something that could feasibly be included in the annual gender composition report. Let's go to group 2 online.
Thank you. Sorry for the slight delay, and thank you for this additional detail, which is also helpful. Our discussion
So for this deliverable B3.3, I can read it again. The gender composition of delegates having received funding through a trust fund for participation in the international process for in-person participation in the United Nations Climate Change Conference is from and so we just had a very slight difference for this one. We did have a conversation around whether this would maybe fit under priority area E because it has to do with doing reporting. As long as it's in the activity table, that's great. So we did not have any edits except the addition of maybe to use an intersectional approach. So new delivery reads the same. It's just website for in-person participation at the National UN Climate Change Conference is reported using an intersectional approach. Responsibilities we added parties as well as leading because parties are responsible for this data composition. So the Secretariat as George just mentioned, we use this data in the gender composition report. And we added organizations to be consulted. So for example, the groups that are mentioned in the activity, if they have benefited from this funding, they can be consulted collecting this data and producing so. We have annually to match the publication of annual gender composition report. So moving on to activity B5.1. So similarly to the other, we thought the term monitoring was quite vague and not enough to really implement the deliverables. So the new deliverable reads establish, implement, and report on a systematic monitoring framework to assess the gender care and accessibility responsiveness of the UNFCCC operations and organization with regular data collection, public reporting, and recommendations for improvement. And this is actually a way to merge some of the other deliverables where we talked about protocols and implementing these protocols, and we think we can just synthesize into this one deliverable. And so we keep those identified as leading the presidency, hosts, and secretariat, contributing relevant committees and organizations, and we have in mind those that can really speak to the needs of vulnerable groups and who have the strongest voice in representing those needs. And in timelines, we have annually, so because the clock changes every year, depending on the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you. So Fleur has a comment on that.
Thank you, and thank you for thinking through the activity in a way that the deliverable in a way that looks at all the different components. Just keeping in mind there are ups and downs in consolidating things. If a framework doesn't exist at this point in time, then it may be useful to have a time frame that's very specific about establishing something, and then there may be a maintenance of that, and then that can be on an annual or a biannual or 3-yearly basis. So just also keeping in mind, if you're combining establishing something and maintaining something, that will then also have consequences for the ability to determine when something's actually going to be delivered.
Thank you, Fleur. Let's go to group 3 now in the room.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody in this group. We got overexcited with C5.1 and we didn't make it to the other one, but we are very proud of the outcome. So let me say that we we are thinking of something very complex that has a pacing and 1 year a different deliverable. So let me read the reframe deliverable. Dialogue of sharing of best practices from countries doing normative, programmatic, and budgetary assessments to economy-wide or sectorial level as deemed appropriate to gender-responsive climate policy and action, and invite Secretariat to produce a guidance or report for parties to strengthen their sectorial approaches and call for submissions and dialogue of eventual implementation by parties, which would be assessed by a follow-up with a report. And so what we're saying is that there are different actors taking different responsibilities, like the Secretariat would call for the second part, but the parties would try to do this initial analysis and learning from best practices from the sectors. We also have as contributing actors, relevant organizations, and the Secretariat as well. And in the timeline, we have one deliverable per year before the 5-year review of the GAP.
Thank you very much. Let's go to group 3 online.
Hi, everybody. For our reframe deliverable, I will reread the original, but we change it to conduct assessments to map key sectors and institutions that are critical to the design and delivery of gender-responsive climate policy and action to assist coordination, capacity building, and implementation across national and sub-national levels. We made these changes to make them more efficient. Conduct at the beginning there to make it clear what is being requested by the parties. Kind of second portion of design and delivery of gender responsive climate policy and action to assist coordination across those levels to make this more action oriented and not just another kind of document to submit. On the second deliverable, C6.1, this was changed to develop national and subnational gender and climate policy coordination and coherence mechanisms, including identifying key decision makers. This is key decision makers are very critical in order to create any kind of coherence mechanism for it to be effective. And we changed the verb from established to develop, moved it to the front here as well to add clarity. We also changed the verb to soften the language a bit, as some folks believed it was a little too prescriptive. Those are the changes there. Thanks.
Thank you. Moving to group 4, Vibru, and in the Mentimeter as well, please.
So for group 4, we were looking at activity D3, 1 and 3. So the first deliverable is on knowledge and expertise platforms on gender and climate change. And the team felt that there's need to review the deliverables to be specific and also to have like a tangible outputs. So we proposed reframing of the deliverable to read identification of existing knowledge and expertise platforms or stock databases on gender and climate change by the Secretariat. And just to explain a bit on this, first, it's important to, to identify specifically the existing platforms at a national level, but also for the Secretariat, here the role will be to set or rather develop a template to guide parties and relevant organizations to populate or identify these national platforms. The view here is, of course, to identify and later sieve through the information to check for any commonalities and avoid duplication, but also serve as a platform that can, one can utilize when looking for information. So in terms of the roles, of course, you realize that we have added the secretariat role. Secretariat as a contributing stakeholder with specific roles on the preparation of the templates, as we have mentioned, and also, we went further just to look at the other related activity on submissions, so preparation of reports, a synthesis report, then the call for submissions on the various similarities as outlined before. On activity D3.3, which is whose deliverables are reports on submissions, we feel that this activity should move to the deliverable, not activity, sorry, this deliverable should move and be collected with D3.2, which is referencing submission. So we propose that the last part of that D3.2, which is talking about submissions to support identification of commonalities, at the end of it, it should read "and production of a synthesis report," so that then our proposal is to do away with this D3.3 on report on submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my co-facilitator will add something.
Sure. So in that case, just to add our proposal as well for now, the B322 is the leading to be secretariat to produce that call for submission on those commonalities based on the identification report, which will be done on B1. And we also propose that this potentially can be done in the SB66 for that call submission and production of that report on similarities. And then we delete the B333.
Thank you very much. Moving to group 4 online.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. Rania from UNDP, and I support the facilitation of Group 4 online. We also looked at setting activities, so D3.1 and D3.3. So there was one question that we wanted to clarify as a group in relation to the platform or platforms that is referred to as the first deliverable. The group was wondering if it would be feasible for the Secretariat to set up and host a centralized platform, perhaps in partnership with other organizations, or if this is not possible, and therefore we would need to think of multiple platforms and perhaps at different levels. So that's a question that it's important for this group to clarify in order to refine perhaps the scope of the deliverable and also the responsibilities. In terms of the responsibilities, the group indicated that the leading stakeholders would be the Secretariat, relevant organizations and UN agencies, and in terms of contributing, it would be parties and relevant organizations. On the second deliverable regarding the reports and submissions, this report would actually be one of the inputs that will feed into the platforms perhaps, so it could provide information. So there was a discussion around whether to keep it as it is, but make it more clearly related or linked to the deliverable one, to make sure that this report fits into the deliverable one. I think that's basically how far we were able to progress. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just in terms of timeline, and on the report, it was a discussion sending this report on an annual basis. So that's it.
Thank you. So, want to comment?
Sure, I can comment on the clarification around the platform. So there are a number of platforms that are hosted by the UNFCCC Secretariat, including, for instance, the Paris Agreement on Capacity Buildings, the Capacity Building Hub. So there, and they're not without cost. Hosting a platform like that has a cost, and so one of the things that needs to be taken into account is whether or not there is a gap, and if there's a gap, what gap are you trying to fill? Because there are also, for example, the NDC partnership also has a knowledge hub, which has an extensive range of information around gender integration specifically in national climate policies, plans, strategies, and action. So, whilst it may technically be possible for the Secretariat to host one, the question remains whether or not there is a gap that's being filled, or whether it would be duplicative, and whether there might be some other way of, and whether it may be more appropriate for the Secretariat to be doing an analysis or a mapping so that those hubs and platforms that already exist become better well known, people add to them, rather than proliferating more platforms but there may be a gap. So this is the question that needs to be asked.
Now group 5 in the room.
Okay. In our table number 5, activity 5, it was about communicate findings on the gender composition report to head of delegation. For this, the discussion was around opening the door. Why only head of delegation? So they rephrased the sentence, adding all at the end, so everybody can access the report. Colleagues as well here reflect with the previous report and activity E14, and they saw some similarity with the 5. So they decide to merge E1.4 and E1.5. But they found that the responsibility is not only to the Secretariat, it should be parties as well. And in terms of timeline, must be annually, but if possible, to separate on the table, to separate the COP and the SB. So this is for the point 4, and Diego will report on the 6.
Thank you very much. And just to complement on point 5, some additional considerations that came up for the merge report, again, between E1.4 and E1.5, was to ensure that there's a separate analysis between delegations that go to the SB meetings and the delegations that go to COP. The importance of not only ensuring that the data is disaggregated and intersectional, but that this is also communicated, so that the data that is communicated on the composition report includes the nuances regarding disaggregated and intersectional identities, as well as other barriers and forms of discrimination. Also the consensus was that the reasoning for merging these two activities was because the information should not only be limited to heads of delegations, but also to other relevant stakeholders that can also pressure for more accountability to delegations. And just to acknowledge, of course, the need of capacity building and accessibility, which we know it's being discussed in other priority areas, but that will eventually be reflected in these reports. And then on activity E1.6, so the current activity reads as voluntary reporting of gender composition of national delegations and technical teams supporting the presidency and high-level champions. On this regard, we suggest reframing in terms of instead of voluntary, put encouraging reporting and communicating of gender composition, et cetera, and that this should be, while we see the great value of the reporting from the presidency and high-level champions team, this reporting can be a dedicated or subsection of the general composition report. This in order to streamline and make efficient use of resources. This report should also include disaggregated and intersectional data. And again, it should, on the timeline, starting on COP31, the report, this kind of subsection should be integrated into the annual composition, delegate composition report.
Thanks. Yeah. Claire will make a comment. Thank you. I just want to come back to the point made earlier because it bears repeating that the data that the Secretariat has access to may not be as broad as you're considering, and that and that in fact at the moment the gender composition report does include both gender and age because that data is available. So to the extent that we can publish intersectional data, that is at the moment the data that's available. So that just needs to be taken into consideration when you're thinking about what you want to see and how you would get to that. And keeping in mind that heads of delegation have a very particular role. So, and one of the things that has come out over time has been an indication, particularly from National Gender and Climate Change focal points, that there is a need for senior members of delegations to understand these, to be required to understand this, because part of this is about shifting power and who knows what and who's accountable for what. So you also want to think about whether or not adding many more people to that may in fact dilute that intention of making sure that senior members of delegations were it was communicated to them. It may be that you want to do that differently, like that you could think about that, but it's keeping in mind that this was quite intentional for a reason, and so you wouldn't want to necessarily dilute that reasoning. And the other thing is that the gender composition report, as it is at the moment, is data that the Secretariat has direct access to. Adding third parties, which includes presidencies, because that's not information that we would have direct access to, or the high-level champions, will require consent. And so it is a question then of efficient. It's not necessarily more efficient for that to go into the gender composition report. But again, just something to keep in mind. Thanks, Fleur. Now we go to the last group online. Because we are over 6 p.m., I'll ask you to be brief. And then there are a couple of announcements, very brief as well, and we are done for the day.
So group 5 online.
Okay, thanks. Trying to be really brief. I think for people were generally happy with the deliverable, felt it was clear and easy to execute. I think the question is just around the need for, and it's not specific to this deliverable, but the need to create certain trends over time. At the midpoint review of the gaps, you can evaluate, how things are evolving in relation to composition. For E1.6, we had a really interesting discussion, and it actually directly relates to the point that you just raised, where wondering if there is scope to include in the registration process for UNFCCC meetings the collection of data on a voluntary basis. So that would allow for more analysis of intersectional factors, people to provide that data when they're registering for the meetings. But we didn't know if it was sort of technically and politically feasible, but it's something that we thought would be useful for looking at this. So we have split 1.6 into two deliverables, one reporting on residency and high-level champions on the composition of these groups, and the proposed new one to include data collection on intersectional factors beyond gender and age in the registration processes. And we also noted that, this creates additional policies for so may not be feasible, but that it's not only national delegations that we do, but also available for observers and UN agencies, and sort of looking at the makeup of participation in these meetings could also potentially be interesting. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And I mean, technically, it's feasible, but there's a financial implication for changing anything within the registration system, and there may also be political considerations. It may be something that, in terms of changing what is the information would be voluntary, and keeping in mind that if information is voluntary, it then also impacts its usability, because at the moment we are able to provide data on the basis of information that's required. So, that's just something. But the other thing there is that there is an agenda item under the UNFCCC on arrangements for intergovernmental meetings and things like the registration system, and changes to that can be also taken up there. And there was something else I was going to.
Okay. So thank you very much, everyone, for this work and this commitment. Yeah, Fleur remembered what she would say. Go ahead.
I remember what it was. So one thing that would be, it might be useful when thinking about these, particularly around the gender composition report, because I'm hearing things here and suggestions that may actually already be in the gender composition report. For instance, there was a case study that we've done on information that is provided, which we've been doing for a couple of years now, on the side events, for instance, and events that are happening during the COPs, which does take up also the non-party stakeholders who are participating in the process, because our side event process now has for a number of years had a requirement, a criteria for assessing whether or not an application is accepted for a side event on their commitment to gender balance. And then there's an assessment done during the session on whether or not that was actually what they said they were going to do is what they actually did. So there is a lot of information there. We also have a separation of COPs and subsidiary body sessions, which is why we are able to report on, and we have reported on and made the point, and we've also communicated this in our in openings of the SBI and in other communications, that there is a difference in gender composition between subsidiary body sessions in June and COPs, and we see less women in COPs than in the subsidiary body session. So there is a lot of information which is in the gender composition reports, and this is also something to be thinking about. And we also before every session, and that means that before the COP, we do an information session which is open to everyone, where we go through what is going to be in the agenda item for that session. And before the COP, that means that annual gender composition report and any annual report or biennial report, we go through that, we do a presentation on that, on the report, and pull out some of the key findings. So again, thinking through what is useful. If the gender composition report that we're doing every year isn't being read or is not accessible enough, or not, is not a tool that is being used for advocacy, what else could be done? And so just flagging that some of the ideas we're hearing indicates to us that perhaps the reports that we're already doing are not as useful as they could be, and or are not meeting the needs that are there. So just a thought for overnight whilst you are having dinner this evening.
Thank you, Fleur. Thanks everyone for all the great work that you did today. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. sharp, so earlier than we started today. We will do 2 more rounds. I feel you. She was like, so we're going to do 2 more rounds of activities, and then in the afternoon we will work on the timeline. If you look at that wall, we kind of like placed a very shortened, summarized version of the timeline. And then finally, we'll work on the 5 elements that were indicated by the co-facilitators as in greater need for work, so that they could be framed as an activity, maybe a new deliverable, maybe part of a deliverable or an activity. That one is to take a look at the timeline. We're going to post the link of the Miro board where we have a similar scheme of like years and activity and deliverables. And please reread the 5 elements in need of more work, because then we will discuss them by the end of tomorrow. Yeah, the deliverables that are on the timeline are the deliverables of the informal notes. Yeah, not as changed yet. Okay, so have a good night, everyone. Good rest. Please remember your homeworks, and we will see each other here at 9 a.m. tomorrow.